Hello, I'm a bit late. Had to do some real life stuff. Let me also get water. Unsupported. That's what we say. I really think this is the coolest outfit that you can actually find in the game. Ay, ay, ay. Nothing is true. We're still upgrading the Iguana Island.
Reef them tight!
Do you hear the news?
We have some project points. No, we don't have enough. Really, 32% of the journey. Nothing on Dark Animals. Oh yeah, last night I was trying to get this third fort here. No. Let's press this button. Now I can see the map. So, yesterday we got this fort. No. Here was a fort. Gipara, destroyed. And then the one next to Nassau. Eleuthera. We're gonna take that. But to have this upper side, we kinda need the Tortuga fort.
Put on some sail!
Let's hope we don't get struck by lightning.
Trim as near the wind as you dare!
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
Give us a songlet. Oh. Are they too afraid to sing? I probably would sing in a storm. We have 14.
Fresh meat here, sir! Harpoon it, get it!
I would love to harpoon, but last time it showed not in a storm. Yeah.
Get the tops and royals down! Get it! Royals!
We definitely don't want to break our boat.
Full sail! Shroud it all!
How you doing, Roxy? Good morning. Install unavailable. I am taking sightseeing tour. These forts. Destroy it. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that.
think he's alive,
Mostly good.
sir?
Just some stupid questions at work, but that's what... That's what happens when you are dealing with people. I'm trying my toughest not to... Oh, no, not toughest, my best. Keep my job also, by not answering like I would want.
Flying Spanish ensigns!
This is a stupid question. I think we just go for the fort first. But yeah, it is hot. 26 degrees. We, like, during the weekend there was a thunderstorm.
There's sea critters to spear here!
The storm just flew by. And then, like, it flooded the next city. The next 3 different areas, they got flooded. Here, like, you could see it, hear the thunder. But no, I really would have wanted to get some water. It's still, like, really thick air. It feels. Like, another frigate. I'll come back for you. Yesterday, we were able to, or I was able to take my first. Let's destroy this here. Don't tell me it's on the other side. Everyone good? I hope. No, I don't know. What would be my season? Do you know what is yours?
Careful, Captain! These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Do you smell that? How the air stings the nostrils. It's gunpowder. The Spanish store their munitions at Dry Tortuga.
And maybe it's time we relieve them of their stores.
Being a pirate. Did hit at least one part.
Brace yourselves!
They did hit us. Not much. We can just turn around and take it. But yeah, I still have 2 full weeks of work before.
Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind!
It's 3 weeks.
Clew up the foremast main!
3 weeks I should not be needed. Or needing to open up the laptop. Okay, that's close enough.
Fancy the swim!
No, never. 11. I could have waited. Imagine you to your friend. Hey, free loot. Oh, they are shooting from that side. Don't want to get shot. How has the PAL world working for you? Have you seen a big difference between the 1.0? One of you. Oh, there's one. He's able to parry everybody. We gotta sneak in. Actually, it's full. Oh, but that was actually fast reload. Okay. Not too many up here. Oh, he died. We're almost at the door. The rest of you.
Por nuestra pólvora, pero que ya lleno de plomo.
Bit different than in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where you actually barricade or have the ramming. You only have it on the boat itself. I think I have fully or almost fully upgraded it. Now we have a new road. My paradise. What we have here? More bull shark. More bull shark. There's a quest. The Law of the Ocean. It's so close to the fort. Let's see if we can get to that.
That's right.
Get to the convoy. We do need all the possible. We have a double shot. Any other riches are missing? There's one. Maybe this is parachute and try to climb from the floor. The one mission I do remember was missing the man of warship. I had no idea how we could get there.
Christ, what I'd give for a smoke. Got a pipe on you by chance, huh?
I got a
You
weapon.
mad? You'll blow us all to hell.
You guys are actually quite close to the explosive. I wouldn't smoke there. Now where is this Spanish convoy? 2 clusters of hull damaging shots that fire low to the water. More powerful than chain shots, but less effective against... Against what?
Up the shrouds, lads!
They're
We
off.
sail!
Do not leave them muzzled.
Stuns those! Use
Give
all
me a
the
song.
wind you can!
Daily Hope. That's good. Those are my boats.
Fast as you dare!
And there we have my price.
Ease up!
We don't care much about these smaller boats.
Trim the yards off the wind! More sail!
Oh, we already have the big one.
Faster now! Ease off the wind!
Frigate, you are mine. Let's have another.
Do not let them board
Bring
us.
them in for a steely kiss!
It is a nice mechanic that you can just in the middle of fight if you decide to board a boat. Get like a small break. And potentially like repair your boat. This time I want to have this. It's my own. Add it to my fleet. Not too many frigates available. Yeah, that's what I like. My fleet is not full. The lockbox would give us more gold. But not the ships first.
Loose and trim too!
Let's get back to this time.
Ease up! Fire!
Oh, I hit the island.
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire!
With this boat we can repair our boat.
Yo, heave ho! Heave! Heave!
Easy piece. So ready? Yeah, now we are full. We can actually get ourselves the full health. That's really nice. flight version. You do not get enough, or as many resources as if you raid this. Actually, boarding the ship gives you the most. Sometimes you're just in a hurry and
Drag them to
you
that
run off.
doom!
Small schoolers. I'm blocked. Captain Kenway! What you gonna decide? Oh, we only had 2 options since we are full health. Lower on our own level. Let's see. We are the king of the oceans here. It's just more bull sharks. We could try to
Get them aloft, let's go!
this
They're
island.
off on the fore, come on!
Fast as you dare!
I think it's behind that,
A song!
because it's further away.
Alright, lads. Where am I to go? Where am I to go?
Where am I to go?
I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go? Me Johnny, oh, where am I to go? For I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that
Spaniards!
Why not? It's straight on the way.
No more singing! Time to fight!
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Oh, just the Rama 1 shot was enough.
Any who's not good here, die!
Did it, yes. Really? You're there to... It's actually more than 1 shot.
Too slow!
When is the last time you watched Pirates of the Caribbean? I might, like, just from playing this, I might want to watch Captain Jack Sparrow. How many movies there are?
Unreef the mains! Give us a song, lads.
I actually don't remember.
Alright, lads. Where am I to
At least
go?
2.
Where am I to go? Hey, I roll.
Oh, that's supposed to be in Florida.
Ease up.
Let's go see about Florida.
Reef mains! Douse topsails!
There is a Spanish flag.
The mains! all picking up, Captain.
Well sung, lads. Me thanks.
Me off my go. Off I go. As you just, I must stop. There's cutlasses and some bones. Empty bottle of rum. What else? Here. Wait. Trying to climb up. Shorts. Another Spanish spring. There's like a lot on the other side. This can't be true Florida coasters. No Florida man. Do we need a key or was it already? Oh, it's already shown. Sure. One person from that.
Imagine that. A gold locket just left there.
2 chests. Somebody's body. In a grave. Whose grave? Letter on the cross. I raised this for the boys who went down in the ship. I didn't get to them all their stuff. This is the best I could do. God rest their souls.
They went down with the ship. There could well be salvage worth finding.
More salvage. I don't see any. This is his survival. Man, so many coconuts. There is one secret available still. One question is, what is that? Shall we dive in deeper? I don't see any though. Here? Nope. Just beautiful corals. Little fishers. These we cannot. We shouldn't hurt the lovely little creatures. Keep it a coral alive and healthy. Is this the death that you will be also just swimming in? Subnautica 2 if you were playing it. The deeper you go, there is something. We can come back here. I'm not seeing the other secret. Funny thing is, they did wrote in English, although the ship was in Spanish. Protest the flag of Spain. No rush. Not captain. That's like totally undiscovered. Somebody has taken a photo. I could check it out. I'll check out that side.
Loose some sail, we move! Crowd in on, all of it! Give everything she's got!
Spaniards rig, Cap! Brig!
Raise your voices, me trumps!
Oh, poor old Storby's dead and gone.
Getting hit by.
Old Storby's dead and gone.
Could be this part of map. Just can't getting there.
Wow! Real twister, Captain! Starboard, Captain!
Let's check a hit by that.
Fast as you dare!
Burning ship.
Ease her off!
What is that? Did somebody already raid it or?
Hold down! That's love, too! Alright, leave off, Jack.
Okay, we have the option to dock alongside. It's just free loot for us. Without time limit until the boat sinks. Ah, okay, I died with the ship. Huh. I did see one more chest. Let's see if that boat is still there. Yeah. Now we know the placements. Then one more here. Somehow it sounded there were survivors. I didn't see them. And if the ship was burning, why would they just stay down there?
Catch me some wind.
Doesn't make much sense, right?
Party like.
Break up!
There's like 4 ships. Main quest is 10k.
Speed, lads.
To me, Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
Have you ever had Johnny Walker?
The skip on is a rover. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
Ease up. That wind's no small gale, sir.
Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the Bunker is a sailor. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
Wind is still against us.
It should be nearby, Captain.
On a jamboree. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be anything. Let's travel back to Inagua. We have more naval contracts. No hunting. What's your toe? Oh. Thank you, Beeston. How are you doing today? Let's first sell our resources.
Kenway, a moment. What's in your mind then?
Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. How much we got? I got 10k and now I have 19k after selling the items.
You done. Come back anytime. It's only been in port a few hours.
Where are you headed?
Let's see what we have. Restart treasure dealer and fisherman's wharf. Okay,
Warring drunk and
my bad. I went too far. Treasure dealer always sounds good.
Captain,
Take a look.
my thanks for your time.
Captain Canway,
Let's get first the
if you
fish.
seek treasure, I can help.
Exclusive items and map restoration service. It does increase our profit in the hideout. Passive income. Okay, now
You know, those clothes could catch the attention of coin-starved pirates as much as your proposal.
You have a good eye, sir. These garments come specially tailored from the Dutch Republic.
You said something about a high reward.
Like so many others, I sailed from my homeland to seek a new destiny across the water. Then, tragedy struck. A cruel storm beat my small fleet like a disobedient cabin boy. It's a miracle my ships made it to Havana without paying a toll to the rocks near port.
Yes. You made it to shore, and now here we are.
Indeed. And rather than bemoan my ill fortune, I grounded my company here with a view to recoup my losses through expeditious trade. So was born
do you
the
offer?
naive but noble Vandergraft company of today.
And where do I fit into all of this?
Ah, yes. Well, recently a Spanish fleet sailing under the name San Lorenzo seized my best frigate.
Now we come to it.
Indeed. I recognize that you may be of some help to me in this, Captain. I would, of course, reward you handsomely.
Do you capture it? Incapacitate the San Lorenzo without using mortars. Okay, that is a challenge, but we can take it.
I'm agreeable to those terms. Let's send a message to this San Lorenzo.
Eye for an eye. Yeah, well, we have the fishermen's.
Captain, may I bend your ear a spell?
We need food
I
in
got
this
a
island as
proposal
well.
for you, Captain. Help rebuild this here wharf so my boys can get back to fishing. In return, we'll provide fish for your crew. Heck, we find anything useful in our nets, we'll give ye that too. What do you say, Captain?
It's a deal. Double effectiveness on of gathering skins from sea animals. That is nice. Now we have all the buildings in the Great Inagua. What treasures is he selling?
I could sew your map back together.
Restore digested map. Devoured by a rare and fearsome animal. He wants rum and money. He's also selling legendary weapons. This has a nice passive. Heavy strikes recover some health. A pair of legendary golden swords. Chain takedowns are easier to perform and rates is increased. Peaceful means. Is that truly a name for a weapon? A legendary trinket. Takedowns can chain to one more enemy. Very belt. Different figureheads. Bones. Then some map. And then I
Find those pieces, Kenway.
Yes, let's see.
Go easy on the rum, little one.
He's happy. He wants more money, but he's not gonna get it.
You're a bit shit.
What do we still have here? Find the butler.
They won't let me sail, the bastards.
Now, like, everything is rebuilt. He's hanging out in the backyard. In the guest house. He's like a ghost.
Marveling at the result of your work, Captain Kenway.
Making a tally of what this compound has cost me so far?
Great Inagua is whole again. Made so by your hand, Captain Kenway.
I did it so that I might return to a place that isn't rife with disease and misery. Still, it feels good to have a hand in all this.
I'll leave you to your thoughts, Captain Kenway. I think I hear the passion flowers calling me. Goodbye.
Off you go. Legend outfit. Yeah, we did get a new sword, but it's not better. How about this? Edward the Legend. Worn by Edward for a brief time near the end of his career. Captain Edward Kenway, Legend of the Open Sea, once had a taste for the finer, flashier things in life. This outfit is the apotheosis of that trend. Is it as nice as the Morgans, Captain Morgans? Let's give it a test try. I don't know. This feels like we have lost one battle at least, because we have only one eye. Here we can get it.
How did you climb up here?
We are getting 30 per minute.
The more holds, the higher the profit.
Northwest sectors on low. We still have some risk level here. Man of War. Reduce risk level by 1 in Northwest. Okay, I think I do need to try to find my hands on. And so those spices. Risk level is updated, it's at 3. Total damage is 105. So I kinda need to find myself the... NASA Warehouse Supply Report. How one of the ships takes way less damage. Let's send some there. Yep. How are we gonna get our hands on the Man of War? I think we can take this still. It is already maxed, so... And here I'm like missing those resources. Andalusia and Espiritu Santo. My new 2 boats. Oh, and Hermione. El Sanson. We were kind of captured a couple of boats. Let's repair it. And it's 5k to add more ship slots. Somehow or somewhere we need to find the Man of War. We can pet the monkey.
You're a feisty one.
Hello, mister.
Need more keys.
I'm not sure if I like this outfit. How do you feel about it? No furniture for that. Then just one thing for the table. Let's put the Edward Legend outfit that and use the Morgan. Ah, I like this better. Hey, do I have extra painting? I don't. But yeah, we need to get to the San Lorenzo without using mortars. That is a bit of a challenge.
Are they feeding?
Our pet monkey is fast AF in finding paths to appear, ways to appear
So, what have you
out
been
of the
eating?
ship. They have a teleportation.
Thanks for the business.
Let's see
You
if I'm
require my services.
able to actually get anything. I could have more. Fully upgraded. These want more money. More money. I'm happy with the appearance. At least one upgrade. Don't stare at me like that.
Concluded.
It is time to take a revenge for our friend.
A Dutch businessman. Is he trustworthy?
He buys my services, not my faith. As long as there's coin in it, I see nothing wrong.
Is it truly 8 kilometers away? There's like a whole half of the island. Undiscovered. But this is here in the middle of everything. Let's look at. We have 10 naval contracts available. Can I fast travel here? We can. Thank you. Got the small coins.
I have a proposition.
Please do tell. Greetings, Privateer. A Spanish ship has appropriated some prized resources from their rightful owner. Though I have misled the documents that prove this, I contend that the rightful owner to be me. Recover the goods and you will be well compensated.
Who am I to question the legitimacy of honest business? Consider Milo's resources secured.
The Vandergraaf Company thanks you.
Acquire wood. 60. Just wood. Let's go get some food.
Unreef the mains!
Loose the mains, half sails!
Get the tops and royals down!
Stunsails! Let's ride this squall!
There's 25.
Schooner!
Maybe not the best time to take off from the port though. There's thunder around us right now.
A song!
Stay your singing! Tie the lines! Royal Navy! Hold them wet, sir!
They also have 25.
Nasty weather building, Captain!
Fire!
No, you don't. Oh, here the board. 25.
Reel them in, me trumps!
Take the fight to them!
Be ready, boys. I don't know, maybe I'll try to get to the rank 2. For that I would need to not use the option of lowering. I don't want to raise.
Let's get going!
Man your stays, we trim too!
Unreef the mains!
We can get this. Then we need to find third.
Ship reporters, sir!
Then there's one Spanish ship. Just looking jealously. Right. Sorry. Oh, they don't even hit the bar. Not bad shooting. But when do we get to fight versus Man of War? Yeah, I just need to raise some ships. Where's that Spanish? You have wood. He does have wood.
Say the word, sir!
Look how strong you are. Just
Loose some
with
sail,
one
we move! Let's catch some wind, lads!
round of cannons.
Say the word and have the grapples cast to border!
Drag them to their doom!
Keep them off our decks!
Let's use the swivel gun over here. Oh, we actually don't have it. It's only in the backside. Where we see? Another enemy. Not too shabby. I want the strong ships to be on my fleet.
That should get Van de Graaff the wood he needs.
Yeah, let's deliver them.
Eject Spanish!
Schooner by the rigging! Faster now!
We didn't live too far off from the island.
Give us a shanty! Ease her off! Lay aloft and reform! We best have quiet a while.
Where's this? It's been 1 over. I want to use a toilet first. We got back. And a bottle of rum. That's not how you land on this.
Top quality work, Captain. I will send Mr. Van der Graaf word of your service.
1,200 dollars. 5k ain't gonna buy us anything. Is there anything else on this island that we are missing? I could go and capture a iguana. There's also some gold.
Listen here, brother.
Now that was pretty.
Listen here, brother. Never tell anyone about this treasure. Do you hear?
Can we go back now?
I do want to hear about this treasure. Spill it away.
And quit your whistling. The ladies don't like that. Oi! Come back here! Oh, never mind.
You did
Okay.
well, lads. My thanks.
That was their only treasure. It wasn't much.
Always working.
We're at full health. Where's my boat? There. Okay. Where to next? Can I take on these forts? I'm not so sure. Master at Arms. I think we will go for that. I think we're like just starting from here. It's way faster to patrol. Move around. Our boat should be back here. Yes.
We're heading to Punta del Caracol, boys! There's someone I'd like to meet.
Don't be afraid. Or at least I am.
No use wallowing about here. Stun stones! Use all the wind you can!
Off to the right.
Give voice, you Tars! Fast as you dare!
Paddy McGinty, Paddy Jock and Jackie too. Paddy
England or Ireland.
Polly, Polly, oh. Shamrock and Rose, boys. Shamrock, Rose and Thistle too. Shamrock and Rose, boys. Polly, Polly, oh. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland.
I think Kenway was Scottish, if I remember right.
Oh, Billy Riley.
Arm her down!
Oh, Billy Riley. Oh, Billy Riley. Billy Riley.
Why we have like an omnibus flag here?
Billy Riley, master of the clover. Oh, Billy Riley. Oh, Billy Riley.
Up yards! Douse topmast sails!
Lay the train, boys!
Let's save some for later.
Let's see about it. This is where we kind of like started the game.
Another letter.
We're entering a rift.
Welcome, user. I am Ego. I control the Animus. I was designed to use your genetic memories to bring you inner peace. But your unauthorized exploration of Edward Kenway's life will only cause chaos inside you. So I have created a new simulation to save you from yourself.
Is this a Roblox man?
You and and Edward are very much alike. Both of you stumbling into a greater conflict where you do not belong. This
You
new
sound like a
simulation will show
temper.
you a better past to calm that chaos within you.
There's Edward. There's Edward with another pose. Assassin Nation by Edward. How you doing, Bob? So
I've
bright.
manipulated Edward's genetic memory to create a different version of him. One who kept his promise and returned to Caroline.
Will you be
after
buying
2
this
years
game
as
from C?
privateer. Follow me.
Did you ever play the original? Ah, I played it then. I've been having a lot of fun as a player.
Captain, we're finally headed home. My Susan will be waiting by the docks, I know it.
Yeah, it is. I have the fan full blowing here.
Captain Kenway, with the spoils we've won, my family will have our own home.
And I have big
You set sail
milkshake.
again.
That was cold, really cold.
Remember me.
Almost ice cold.
The sails and rigging are squared away, sir. Only thing left to do is haul your gold home.
This treasure represents Edward's dream. Take it.
How am I gonna take this gold? Oh, this one treasure. Yeah, I'm playing any Assassin's Creed. I haven't played it like this out of any. You will hold health when you put down the chest. Pick it up again to heal.
It is not a dream of riches, but of returning to Caroline as a man of quality.
I swear these birds were not in the original.
Often, Edward found himself putting his dream aside in order to open a path forward, and it brought him pain.
Take the wheel to over the path.
Don't leave that chest behind for too long. But the dream of wealth began to overshadow the dream of true love.
Some say you can't have both. Right now, I know I got none. Either of them. Some people are luckier. Those things.
And so the path home became ever more complex and painful. You can only live without your dream for a limited time.
Give it a look. What are you staring at? Oh, there's another block. Maybe we are fast enough.
Pick up your dream again if your suffering is too great.
How long would you be gone with these privateers?
A year, I reckon. The two at the most.
All
We
right.
have been
No
way
more than
longer here
two.
already.
Promise me.
Edward never wanted to hurt the woman he loved, and yet he sailed so far away that nothing could bridge the ocean between them. Edward's choices plunged him deeper into chaos. You can see it manifested all around you. Others, like yourself, are lost in the dark animus. I am trying to help you all.
Me and my wealth. That is a leap of faith. Jump. I don't need to do it.
You can only live without your dream for a limited time.
Here?
I have an awful feeling about this. You'll be hurt out there. I couldn't handle that.
That was a cool whale.
I can't promise I'll come, Edward. If you leave on this fool's errand, I cannot promise anything.
Sure, you didn't believe in us. Of course, the odds definitely were against us. Can't deny that at all.
Go ahead. Trust me, I will protect you.
Yeah, there must be another way. It's not allowing us to jump or move any forward. Okay, now I'm back here. Huh? Can we jump this?
Pick up your dream and
No, we cannot. I swear, this is not the path. I would like to go, but cannot move forward.
Go ahead. Trust me, I will protect you. Our goal lies ahead.
I didn't trust it the first time. That's why I was looking at Netopet. That is the... I don't know actually which building, but it does look really nice. Waterfalls. They might make you want to use the toilet. The sound, but they look good.
Inner peace is just within your grasp. Please remain still while I prepare your temporal lobe for genetic memory manipulation.
Ego.
Don't listen to her lies. There's nothing peaceful about letting her mess with your brain.
Who do we trust? She did take over treasure. Let's have it then. Jump.
I understand why you might run from me. Change can be frightening.
Look how many challenges. The question is, can we make this successful? Weird sequence.
But this cycle of pain and loss cannot continue. New patterns must be formed. Your instincts have a stronger hold on you than I anticipated. Edward's violence and greed are bleeding into you. Others, like yourself, are lost in the dark animus. Some of you insist on doing things the hard way. Which means that some of you may not make it out of the animus alive.
Which way we could climb out of here? This truly doesn't seem to be a path. It's like a prison. Where did he find the way?
Edward sailed from ocean to ocean, seeking the one thing he already had at home.
That was not a parry fail, but I feel you, game.
Which means that some of you may not make it out of the animus alive. Edward sailed from ocean to ocean, seeking the one thing he already had at home.
Okay, This was a way back when I first tried.
But he succumbed to the maelstrom of greed inside him.
Are you gonna clean? Nope, just watch. Leadership material.
Memories can be reframed, stories rewritten. If I had existed in Edward's time, I could have helped him.
Now we need to have patience.
I would have brought him home. And he would have kept his promise. Go ahead. No. I could not make this happiness real for Edward Kenway. But if you obey me, I can make it real for you. Through altered memories, I can show you a better way, so you can emerge a healthier, happier being.
A different kind of ending.
I'll come back for you as soon as I can, friend. I swear. In the meantime, do whatever you can to resist her. Edward's memories will show you the way.
Trust the crow? What is this?
I will guide your wayward soul until you reach a quiet road.
That was the first of Dark Animus missions. On my name and origin, to any and all who may read this missive, known first that I am Tom Cannibal, born in 1652, formerly of Boston, now of the world, living in the year 1706. Taken to isolation long ago in the place of my ancestors in pursuit of peace and steadiness of spirit. My story is a singular one, though I make no claim to greatness or nobility. Yet there is such an amount of strangeness in my blood it bears mention, with a wish that a better understanding may come from my situation. With the hope that if there be any others in the world who suffer the same perturbations of mind as I have since birth, they might find in me in a kindred soul, and a friendly voice to guide them to the calmer source of sunlight. In plain words, I was born a creature of two souls, one being my own, newly mined and fresh upon the world's stage, yet the other being an old and wise thing, a soul as old as the universe itself may. Two souls, therefore, in a single body, competing for supremacy. For as long as I have been a thinking being, I have felt these two tides stirring within me. How this mysterious incorporation should have occurred shall be the subject of future letters. There is more. Just a chest. Let's go get them. That's 100 meters. That one is closer. One question is how I'm gonna keep this one. Here? Just like cave. That was a horrible landing. My platforming abilities have failed me once again. Let's try again. And there we go. The second one. Money and secrets. I don't think I have a white Jaguar belt. Maybe I do. One boat is ready. We might have it. Oh, this is the Maya place. Does the whistle work on it?
That was class.
Clean?
It's decent.
Can't get up that way. No, it is. Right on our backyard.
A few more works should do this place nicely.
Trying my best. We need to find more. Here's the... We did already have
skulking about.
One report.
More ships mean more money.
Il Samsung located. They located the warehouse in the target settlement and marked it clearly on their maps. Risk has risen. Yeah, this west is still locked. Here we have not enough resources. We need to repair the boat. I want to spend the 10k buying up a resource. Or like what I'm saying, upgrading our boat. Though it seems Chakto is not here. Maybe using the Harbor Master.
Have you business to contract with me?
10k goes a long way. Do we want more cannons? So yeah, in this fight, can't use our mortars. Diving bell. We need to get further into the story. I'm happy with those. I got sidetracked by the Dark Animus quest. Saw it from the end. 15 or 10 minutes at least first.
Well concluded.
So let's get back to chasing the naval contract. Here. Man at war. Master of the Arch.
Give me more sail! All sail! Fill those sticks! Sail we have!
Ah, Johnny Bugger.
Oh, do me Johnny Boker, come rock and roll me over. Do me Johnny Boker.
That is my boat.
Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the skip boat is a roller.
Speed, lads!
Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the meat is never sober. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the bosun is a tailor. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, we'll all go on a jamboree. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the packet is a rolling. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, we're pulling all together. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, we're all for better weather. Do me Johnny Boker,
Wicked.
Oh, do me Johnny
Regel these boats.
and soon we'll be in London town.
Ease up! Wind is swirling the other way!
Do me Johnny Boker, come rock and roll me on.
Ram them.
Do me Johnny Boker.
Fast as you dare! Set her back!
Where they got some rum. What are you?
Shanty! Alright, lads. Where am I to go, me honey? Where am I to go? Away, hey, hey. I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go, me honey?
Let's get close enough so that we can go after the frigates.
Oh, way up on that gun.
Or not.
Haul up the royals! Douse those gallants! Haul! Haul!
Yeah, I really don't have this location here.
Get the tops and royals down!
Your stores should be brimming with cargo.
Take us off the wind!
Let's find it. Do just 3 secrets. There's a talks of key.
Stop! Your last mistake, mate!
Oh, they didn't have the key. No, who has it? They could have told me. But I was too aggressive with the first dude. So I never heard the story. I don't know what you were looking for, but you didn't find it. Why go through the trouble when we can get the trouble from the bush? Oh, he actually went up there. Anybody else?
Got you now! Keep up! Now you bloody Sonny! You criminal!
No more battle for you. Okay, we are back. There probably is the key. Too far off. Look loaded.
Attack!
Let's look. We saw some debris here. That's not the key either. Now we have the key. I thought that was a safe spot. Safes are a spot for them. But not way too obvious. I don't know where that goes. Let's try to reveal the rest of the secrets. Small little chest. Hi Beanston! Can I leave for now? How long do you think you'll be streaming music today? At least 2 hours. Maybe 2.5. And really appreciate you being here. And stopping by. Don't need that. Lock of hair. Take your time. The bills are not working for you. Valhalla calling me. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Get me down. Not down yet. Where are the rest of the secrets? I see the house. Yeah, we can see those 3 bodies there in a nice little gathering made by me. Too far to see anything. But I think there are many of the... No, we will jump. Or not. Safest way. Yes, moving towards the house.
I am not a part of any of this!
If we could get off the scarecrow. Our health is full. These people are nice. They don't care. They are just working here, so whoever robs the house, not their problem. Health is full. I don't see more secrets over here.
I'll have your liver out, mate.
use what? Place the iron. One out of 3 chests.
Take long.
Are there more of you? There is a chest, leather, key, and the Mayan statues. That's like down. Let's first. Whose story is this, or is it the treasure map? Which one? What the voices say? Here are relates on such memory, repeated and also through the whole of my life. Myself, a man, and 2 women. Women as biological traders are passed from one generation to another. Why should we not engineer the humans to pass learned information to their offspring as well? It is well within our scope. And here, another woman interrupts. Never! Already we have made them sturdy and strong. Why should we give them an advantage over us? We're dying. War is tilting against us. We should discover a means to our own salvation, not theirs. And here the man disagreed. Our time is done. The instruments of our will shall soon be our masters. We shall fade away. Perhaps not in 10 or 20 years, but certain time this century is our last. Why not therefore give the humans and faculties for wisdom and growth? Why not let them pass on the accumulations of their learnings from one generation to the next? By ever ascending degrees, the human shall be as wise as we are. And here I seem to speak. It can be done by simple manipulation of the goals will improve their thoughts. And here the second woman screams, absolutely not, and then the memory is very trial. At least had a thought. The engineer. Now about the chest. Don't tell me it was back in the building. It was back in there. Come on, I see you grab on to the... No, that was one of the laziest jobs ever. Come on, it worked. I was this close. Treasure map chest. It's another howler. Let's collect it first.
Could be something in those pockets. More gold to get my hands on.
Which treasure map is this? Tortuga. Is it for this island itself? No, it's for Matanzas. Weren't I in Anders Island earlier? We can always go back there. Where was the other chest? In front of me. I thought we would reload it. Let's see what the Mayans was trying to hide. Not like that. There we have it. Another statue. I don't remember how many I have. I remember that there was 12 of them total. And why this is still there? Or did it collect? Do you want to look for Howler Monkey?
It'll do.
Just gets. Some resource. Some tobacco and wine. Now let's let the real mission continue. This was a side track.
Let's get going.
We're not far off.
Free. Let's see that full sail. Crowd it all. Let's have a song then.
Billy Riley. I trust in you.
Give everything she's got.
Billy Riley, master of a droga. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of a droga, bound for Antigua. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of a droga. Oh, Billy Riley, oh,
what is this cargo?
has a nice cigar. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy
We can land on it.
oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley.
The Padres on that island.
Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, had a pretty daughter, but we can't get at her. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, had a
It is not a big island. Or it is a big island, but...
Come off the wind!
Captain's overboard!
crash landing. We love that jump hurt.
Protestants there are territorial, not welcoming to capital.
They even tried to ban us from that town.
Let's get the viewpoint first. Look, you can see it's just a huge island, and then there's just a small part that is bigger. Oh, Billy Riley. Padre, where you at? No, we did have some secrets. No, always fast traveling here. Tell us your stories.
You're the one they call Padre.
I am. Welcome to our village.
Father
If you come in
Christmas.
peace. Our lot is simple. Farmers, fishermen, and their families. You'll find prizes elsewhere.
You misunderstand me. I am told that you were once a fearsome master-at-arms. I need someone of your quality to keep my crew in line.
It has been some years since I was last on the account. That pirate is dead, and the world is better for it.
A man of your talents would find the limitations of religious life chafing, I would imagine. Don't you miss being free and the master of your own destiny?
As you're here already, could you let the people know the food is ready? It is in these small services to each other that we serve God.
You need time to think. Why not? This one is not going to be easy.
What is? I'm gonna make this too. I don't know how I feel about the singing. It's a Assasin. Villagers who are is truly the master of arms.
I'm
Maybe not
Edward, a friend.
priestdom.
The Padre sent me to tell you the food is ready.
All wrapped up in pirate garb. You're not with Ducasse, are you?
Ducasse? I'm reliably informed he won't be bothering anyone again.
Met his end, did he? I know.
He
I
was
can't
the
say
one
I'm
who
sorry.
ended his.
Don't tell the Padre I said that.
All good. Now, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello. The Padre says it's time to eat.
Thank you. We'll make our way over.
Who else is a
How many men do
hungry?
you think he's killed?
The pirate?
No, the Padre.
Oh, scores uncounted. But that was
Now who's that handsome devil?
My name's Edward Kenway, and I'm no devil today. Just a humble servant bringing word that the food is ready.
Edward, a pleasure. I'm Dinah Caverly. Now, my legs feel dreadful today. Could you be a dear and fetch me my plate?
Anything for the lady of the manor.
Oh, aren't you a charmer?
First I was thinking she would ask us to actually carry her.
All
That didn't happen.
Not quite. That kind old lady has turned me into her errand boy.
Ah, Mistress Calverley. Be careful of that one. She'll have you running errands all day.
Let's not drop the plate. I don't think they have too many of them left. Unless it would be made out of wood, but this seems to be a wooden tray in the metal.
Thank you, young man. Now, where did you say you were from?
Wales, by way of Bristol, to which I intend to return.
And I pray that you do one day, so you might see again those you left behind. I've lived here most of my life, and it's the people who make it home.
There wasn't anything else on this side, okay. Before I talk to Butter, let's have a look. Now, how do we get to the rest of the loot? This place doesn't seem to have... Wait. But here's a path.
Another bottle with a letter inside.
Tell us your story. My search. After leaving Bahlam, I sent out in a sloop of my own and traveled for 1 year about the West Indies, sailing with a small crew to all manner of jungles and players and beaches looking for a sign or landform that might spark me a memoir. Along my way, I met many fine individuals who did me great kindness and offered work in exchange for more provisions. In this way, I came to know the people of the New World and of the Old, and found in all of them the same hopes and desires. To travel is truly the finest education. Then, after my 13th month ago, found my object, well inland on a known island. Here it was, the place Bahlam had called the Observatory. Oh, memory is the location around. Well, prior to clapping eyes upon its structure, I knew I had come to the correct spot. Leaving my men on shore, I passed alone through jungles and deep ravines, coming at last upon the spot, and there marveled at its strangely and foreboding presence. Without prompt, I knew what to do. I pressed my finger into what I knew to be a portal, and upon its opening, I passed inside. What I saw there, however, shall remain a mystery, for the world is not yet ready to hear my tales, which should sound like sorcery to all but my friends, and perhaps the Templars who likely chase me still. Oh! the story of the observatory is real. Let's go say hi to Bud. It's fine, we can try our boats with this weather. Everybody's ready to...
My people and I are thankful. And word is that you rid us of the threats from Dukas.
Well, join me and you'll have the chance to rid the world of more of Dukas' ilk. And get rich yourself along the way. Gold will help your people where good intentions cannot.
I have chosen my path. It's not gold that will save our souls.
I myself cannot make the same choice.
God has given me a second chance, and I will not squander it. But perhaps there is one more thing I can ask of you.
What is it?
Please do tell.
There's a persistent rumor that what's left of Dukas' men, 4 ships total, anchor nearby. I wish to know what they have planned.
I can see about these rogues. They're sure to have some reals that are not rightly theirs.
I'm to plunder. Cumberland Bay. Man, that's far away. Off we go still.
If Dukas' men are pestering a village, then they have fallen far indeed.
The Padre's trust will be worth far more than any stolen reals.
And if the men have no ill intent, will the Padre join up?
One can hope.
All
right, Jack, sing!
I remember Tortuga being more dangerous. Maybe it's in like Pirate of the Caribbean movies. I have to understand it. Storms make those more challenging for the sprouts and like sinking issues. I haven't been struck by lightning. If you want to... Oh, yeah.
We don't break the wind too! Fire! All in the stunsails! And trim too!
That was a bad shot.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Fire! Fire! Douse all but mains! Douse the topsails!
We are ready to board.
Jack's ready to grapple him, sir!
I kinda need more
Steely kiss!
for some repairs. Maybe we take the captain's logbox. Really, you just dare to shoot. Can we take them both?
Now we dance!
Maybe not.
Almost too easy.
That's what I like. The box is over. Now, was there more?
Up the shrouds, lads! We stay! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! More sail! All sail! Fire! Gallants and royals, fire!
Gotta be aboard this boat.
Let out some sail!
Kinda need to repair.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Yeah, no. You had some defense. One is left standing. And yeah, now it's definitely time to repair.
Loose and trim too! Hands loose, they have it loose! Fire! Fire! Brace for impact!
Let's repair a phone.
Reel the lovers in!
I came for a fight. Was that a nice try? My boat! Was there more? Oh, they don't have like any resources.
Let's get going. Crowd in on, all of it.
Hoist away the topsail!
Give voice, you tars. Faster now.
We do have a pirate ship. Well, not pirate hunter ship.
Ease her off. Fast as you dare. Set her back. Spaniards ring, Captain. More than one, sir. Served to 4.
And I want to catch it.
Speed, lads. Calm her down. Fire!
Raining down!
Fire! Fire! Batten yourself! Fire! Clue up! Clue up! Clues down! Catch some wind! Trim the yards off the wind!
I want to board this boat. Then we can fight
Drag
this.
them to that doom!
But I saw a nice amount of resources here. Why they do this? It's like trying to attack from behind. Enough of that. There's actually quite many. Like it is getting dark. A heavy attack is such a nice place breaker. Let's repair. We did take... Oh, we actually don't have the repair option. We do, but I want more. More resources.
Shot to the wind! Fire! Ease off the wind! Fire!
No! The game crashed. First time, but it did crash. Let's see where we have a save point. I'll use toilet since this madness happened. I'll be right back. I know I'm not playing on the game driver, I'm playing on Game Studio. Or Studio driver. Okay, Edward! Oh, I still need the water. I forgot it.
Spanish ensigns! Loose some sail, we move!
Get those spars free! Let's see that dock!
Stun so!
I think we did
Use
get
all the
some.
wind you can!
Now prove it, my trumps!
Ease her off! Fire!
More than one, sir. Ahead, sir.
Roll the doors out!
Too exposed! Take the shots up!
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind. Fire! Shorten sail. Get off the
Fast and
squall.
forward. That is supposed to be a frigate.
Reel the lubbers in.
But yes, just now one crash. You don't like me, I don't like you.
Too slow.
I guess I'm coming for the flag. Beaker. So we need to have another. Then this is too far. Still landed on the ship. No, who's shooting? From where? Last man stunned.
That was pretty.
Yeah, I can see that the frames are dropping at times. Really hope there will be a patch soonish. The optimization.
Loose and catch the wind. Fire! Raise! Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Raise for impact! Fire! Get the mainsails into the wind! Fire! Fire! Crowd it all on! Fasten yourselves!
Gotta say, not a bad try. This boat we kinda need to repair.
Brace! Reef in all tops! Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Man your sheets! You want to
Ease off. Bring in some sail.
That's nice parking. Even though I said it myself.
Reel him in, me trump.
Not one of the swans that's put on our deck!
Good shot. didn't look this. It's only like things on the same level. Who's left? It's getting so dark. You can see the blue colors. We could do heroes, yes. Sunday. Sneaky has not been talking about anything. She is really busy. Yeah, let's get extra loot. I like the extra loot. We use the smaller ships. Repair. But I swear, Matsuko, there will be a day when I don't die to busy.
No use wallowing about here.
They're Spanish, sir! Brig, sir!
Let's take you. Is it really trying to fight these? Oh, there's so many Spanish.
Trim as near the wind as you dare.
Maybe we leave them to fight. 10 AM. Okay, yeah. I just will wake up earlier. So we can start. Do we have football finals this weekend? We do have. We can take on this week. Sunday evening. Oh, okay. So Monday morning.
Reach the topsails and gallants! Drag them to their doom! Get them back!
No shooting allowed. Looting allowed. Repairing. Is the other game today like England Argentina? Am I supposed to? No, wait. You ordered air conditioning machine. Yeah, it definitely is needed. I only have my little fan here. My only aircon. But you have the whole household to keep cold, so. Yesterday, yeah, versus France, Spain won that. Mbappe blaming their coach. That's how much. How watched.
The wind has blown around the leeward. A song.
300 euros and 15 euros for the delivery for the same day. How close are you to Verkop? Are you able to get 1 hour delivery as well? Hey, is that of hot? No, it is just some city. That is a Spanish fort. Conquistador.
Every last scrap of deck on the wind! Fire! Ease up!
They missed us by a mile.
Fire! Douse all but mains! Fire! Crowd on every inch of sail!
I don't have a boat like this. You do live close enough, bro. Yeah, imagine having it on a bike. I don't know how big machine did you order, but
Yo, heave ho!
it's not available for big things at all. One shot, let's make it count. Making sure there's nobody. My crew can handle that. I'll handle the flag. No normal pirate would survive that. We are hit for anyway. What are you waiting for? Give a little pump. But that's still really good. Not a bad price at all. We are a bit broke. Oh yeah, this was also a frigate. Oh, okay.
Mains out, trim to the wind.
Really bad weather.
Frigate!
40 whites, yeah.
They're Jack Spanish! They're not alone! Over a bow!
Or shall we? Go!
Fire! Grease the topsails and gallants! Fire! Fire! Studs out! Let's get moving!
They have 3 rows of cannons.
Seize her fire! All sail! She'll take it! All up the royal! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Okay, who wants? Oh, we are not too far away from this.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Now we can both.
Keep them off on deck! Reel them in, me trunks!
Okay, that is not hitting anything. Where are those?
Now we dance!
Say a nice try, buddy. He has some moves.
Not good enough!
Where are the rest of the crew? Oh, it's just a spawn. Below the deck. And overboard!
It's pretty to watch.
Nope. I want the extra loot. My ship is not fully upgraded.
No use wallowing about here.
Get on that main seat, trim to!
Those three boats don't want to fight, so
Get the tops and royals down! Clew up the foremast main!
Roll the mizzen tops!
we can use this to repair. This is only a brig.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
There's no special chest. Don't ask where that was. You can't parry all the rest of it. You know. Hey, I see you. Oh, we were unable to pick up. Let's repair.
Catch me some wind. Get up those shrouds. That's stunstones. Use all the wind you can.
Looks like a frigate!
Ease her off.
Big down
sir! Loud, cabin!
Nope.
Give us a song, lads.
Go for a mission. Cucumber Bay. Or Cooper. Cumberland. Not Cooper.
That's the island. But where are the ships?
Oh, it's over there. I came ashore a bit too soon. There is a monitor that is flying. It's like 200 meters. Guess I'll sail that.
Unreef the mains.
Let's catch some wind, lads. The wind has us!
A bit too close.
Give me every inch of sail.
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
Give everything she's got. Let's have a song then.
Fortune beckons.
Trim off! Bring in the stunsail!
Check the keel.
This is close enough for 60 meters away.
Wind up, soldier!
Come, come, come!
I'll stop you!
Little patience. You guys don't have any kind of...
Pirates write each other letters now.
What is it about? Witless foes. We tried waking you, sots, but you weren't fit to stand. The Butler's village has little in the way of fighting men, and we have more than enough here. You won't be missed. As per Ducas's rules, the captain says your shares have been for the fight. Next time, don't quaff a barrel of rum the night before.
They've left for the Padre's village.
We need to get back. Why I feel like there's a... Yeah, there is a viewpoint. Let's get that. Ocelot. Well, I feel like I already have those skills. What more does I hurt? Or pelts.
It's decent.
In the name of the king!
got you! You're next!
You have some loot. You can... Guys were guarding some. Firo. That was a funny sound from a bird. I swear it didn't come from me. Ah. I can see that there's animus points. Anything else on this island? We got 2 chests, a letter, and a map. First we die. We can't fit through that. Not from here, yes.
They'll never find the treasure now.
Is there like a cave or...
I'll enjoy this. Try this!
He sounded angry. Wasn't enough.
I'll have your liver out, mate!
No liver. It is a beautiful island. Who's first?
You'll pay for that!
Okay, the chest. That's closer to my boat. So let's pick up the letter first.
Another letter tucked in.
From who? One letter told us that there's the... One dude had went to the observatory. Another rightful reverie. Here are relates another review. Myself and a woman. Beloved, said she, a voice so intimate and familiar. Our colleagues conspire against us. They teacher and Sai, raging to their fates, content to champion the humans, but there is hope for us. There's a chance we might injure our bodies to the chilling world, the poison, atmosphere, and the war itself. Will you aid me? Will you submit? And here I hear my own voice in answer. Yes, beloved, what must I do? Transference, said she, the shuttling of our minds from these old bodies into a new forms. Mechanical bodies, perhaps, or into those of our instruments, our humans. In short, I believe there may be a way to transfer all we know and all we are into other forms. In this way, we may survive the coming catalysm and live to see our people repopulate the earth. Recover her from those we foolishly let loose upon it. Transference, I said aloud, our mind into alternate vessels. A dangerous prospect, reasonable. Yes, said she, and who better to make this leap than you, my beloved husband, with a mind unparalleled, a constitution unrivaled, architect of the observatory, overseer of Eden's tools, the brightest light in all civilization. If you are not capable of making this leap, perhaps no one is. And here replied, I will do this for you, beloved, for us and our people. Crazy stories from the Templars. No.
Not bad.
I almost lost it. Or like half her health just from one hit. That is a lot.
Poor sod. Anything on him?
A treasure map.
More gold to get my hands on.
Cumberland Bay. Let's see where it leads us. What island? Pinos Isle. That seems like a Mayan temple. I haven't been there.
Ducas's men have already left for the Padres' village! Man your stations! Get us moving! Stunstones! Use all the wind you can! Man your seats! We're sailing live!
White Goose.
Set her back! Up yards! Douse topmast sail! Loose all sail!
Nice, well. I didn't. I could just drive over this.
Fast as you dare! Ease her off! No more singing! Time to fight! Fire! Call up the Royals! Reef the foremans! Fire! Starboard, Captain!
Oh, now we have 2 star. Huh.
Full sail! Crowd it all! Party life! Give us a shanty!
Here we don't seem to have any kind of troubles.
Shipwreck Jack ahoy! Still alive, Captain! Starboard! Speed, lads!
Yeah. It would be really nice if I could sing unfortunately it's not happening. I would need to have a lot of trading and my time is already full with the choices I've made.
Fast as you dare!
Those ships belong to Ducasse. What have they done?
Ease her off! Fire! Clue up! Fire! Give me some speed!
Give me some speed!
Fire! Fire! Batten yourselves! Fire!
Hi Mario! How do you do? How have you been liking the...
Crowd it on, all of it! Who's tops and royals?
What's the
Reef
game?
the gallant!
Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. English is not my first language, but I still try to speak it. Someday. Not fail, there were so many. Which one of the... is it? Like a remaster for? What was a headshot? Man overboard! Now I'm like stuck with my auto. Not be looted! Tomb Raider 20th anniversary. Nice. I'm stuck in a trier.
Do not leave us space enough to ram us, Captain! Fire! Fire! Race for impact! Fire!
What was said about ramming in this?
Fire!
They came to be boarded. I don't mind. Now I got 3 stars.
Pull them down to hell, lads!
Welcome, Hataga, as well. How you doing? Where are you guys? There's one canister. Imagine trying to have a one-on-one. Hey. Let's reload. You've been traveling UK. Aren't the UK past tutors? Nice. Has that helped with the heat? Look at our wanted level, where I'm at 3 at the moment. Yeah. You want to play the OG Black Flag next? I feel you. I want, like, when is the actually last time you see Pirates of the Caribbean movies? I kinda want to see those.
Give me more sail!
Yeah. Here it is, like, also freaking...
Full sail! Crowded on!
24 still. At freaking 9 PM.
Trim off! Bring in the stunsail!
Yeah, yesterday shitty humanity. Humid, I guess. Strong winds. Humid. You mean like the weather, water level of the within the air? Right now it's only 24% here, and 54%. Tomorrow sunshine, Friday sunshine, Saturday sunshine. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday rain. But I'm actually waiting for those rains. I might just go outside and race the rain. Okay, what was happening here? Padre. Two nights under the stars. By choice.
The Padre hasn't moved since we buried them.
I tried to offer him his favorite fried fish. He kept on praying as if I weren't there.
We came too late.
Pray for us sinners.
Sorry, Padre. Did you get stung by a mosquito?
And at the hour of our death. Amen.
That's like a thing if you're outside. Well, they love me. One of the reasons why I try to stay inside.
Bishop Ravenscroft was the man who led me to God. He was like a father to me.
Here we have a lot.
Oh, okay. In me.
Not in.
It was he who entrusted me with the care of
not
the
in
people
Helsinki,
here.
but if you go near a lake, stay there for a night. There's a lot of mosquitoes. Same in the forests.
When trouble with the Protestants began at Kingston, He wanted more Catholics there. He called on us
UK
to
there's
join
not that
him,
much.
but
Oh, okay, that's nice.
I argued against
We have a lot. In the northern parts there's
With Dukas gone, I thought
even a
we were
worse
safe.
thing called.
We're only here because I disagreed with the bishop. It was them. Dukas's men. They made me watch.
Gadflies. Gadfly.
The Lord is merciful and just. But my heart is deceitfully wicked.
That type of
I know
creature.
vengeance belongs to God alone, but I cannot turn away from this. Dukas's
Google
men
it.
must pay for what they've done. Will you help me?
I will.
My offer still stands. Join me on the Jackdaw and we will hunt Dukas's men. We have a compound at Great Inagua. Your people will be safe there.
I will join you as
But
Master of
revenge.
Arms.
Melifarms.
And when the time comes, I will avenge my people.
Mario, I wish I could say the same. I'm working towards that. But like, even when I was in Latvia, there's a lot of mosquitoes, but they don't bother me all that much since I started.
This is our new master at arms. He calls himself Padre.
No, it's
but I
always
advise
been.
you to call him Sir,
Since I was
if you don't
young.
want your heads
and
knocked
I
together.
was in really good shape when I was
You know the job. As your master at arms, I
It's just like
require
me,
three
more than
things from each
anybody
of
else.
you. Loyalty, discipline, and courage. Display them, and I will have you toppling man of wars twice our size and holds to match.
Mario is rocking the Vegeta outlook. That's why he's not using the cam. He has the Vegeta hair and the muscles. You don't
You
want
have a
him to
sturdy vessel.
be rich.
I'll teach the crew
Get
some
rich.
new maneuvers.
What did you have in mind?
Now we have Ramdash. Arbiters ramming. Cause check
We
those.
can ram into our foes.
I like where you...
Vegeta hair. It could be called the Bow's hair as well. Red hair. Look at him. Little thing forward, yes. It is not to hide his baldness. I would need to grow it from here. That's one long...
with this.
Loyalty, discipline, and courage.
Let's get
I need
going. Crowd it on, all of it.
blind mana form. What type of haircut did you get? I did get a haircut today as well.
Raise your voices, me trumps.
But it was by me.
Give everything she's got. Ease up.
Win for day. Like show them my hair, no longer mother up.
Fast as you dare. Calm her down.
Navy, sir! More than one, sir! Ahead, sir!
I only care about the first ship. We're almost at 5 stars.
More sail! All sail! Grapples ready, Captain. Just
Let's
say
get the
the
frigate.
word.
Welcome back, Roxy.
Reel him in, me trump!
Most people bolt a little at some age and have them. Yeah, try to hide it. Post the picture into Discord so it's no shooting. Oh, there would have been. Place the shooter.
Your last mistake, mate.
The game did mark the barrels. How many more? Shoot the last one.
That was class.
Give me the loot. Look, we are almost at max. You had errands to do with your black throat. Appreciate it. With this boat we repair ourselves.
Prepare to board, Milskas!
I'm looking at where are these 4-star. Man overboard! No, captain overboard. Let's reload that. That was stuck. Thank you. That definitely was a fail. First time I did. Check door. Getting closer to being fully. I might need to do more stuff missions.
Loose and catch the wind! Hawks! Gallants! Royals! Fire! Fire!
Find the last upgrades.
Fire! Brace yourselves! Take arms and hold fast! Fire! Fire!
Okay, that missed. Hey, what's this small boat?
Fire! Ready powder! Right! Ready to fire, sir! Grapples ready! Just
We take the smaller one.
Fasten yourselves!
They sunk so. Let's ram this as well. from the last one we repaired.
Give us a song, lads. We can board and take out.
You progress story or do side quests. You at least shoot water.
Pull them in with a will.
Yeah, you cannot just shoot the air.
No mercy.
Really? Man overboard! This guy's spirit is just a step. Reload! Nope! Jag förstår off. So, like, I need a man of war boat. I don't know where it is. Fractured lineage. I have been this far. Okay. Maybe we could take that. No. Let's get back here. See how much. I think I have like 30k. Like a lot to upgrade. First, we sell all our loot.
What's on your mind then?
I have 44k. Should be able to make some.
You require my services.
Make some upgrades. You should play some borrowing Assassin's Creed game too. Which one you prefer? Or prefer? Yeah, now we are needing some ultimate plans that I had not found. I've been doing some harpooning. No, but is there any pickpocketing? I don't remember. It's been so long since I played the China Russia. Easies. Only reason why I did play them was because they're Assassin's Creed games, not because they are 2D platformers. No, how to be poor. For 40 4K down to less than 3. When is the last time you played Unity? Like, that actually was quite nice. Third one is really good. Almost fully upgraded. Now we are missing some master plans. Let's go see our house. Walls.
Well concluded.
Yeah, there's a lot of like animus things. Here, so far I've done just like one.
You're a bit.
And it was not real life. It was dark animus. A new thing different from the first games. Or the OG. Yeah, we can use this. I only have 3 out of 4 keys. Get this suit.
I need all 5 keys to open this.
5, my bad. But I got 3. 3 only.
How did you climb up here?
I have 3K. Let's see
Ships are
about
profit.
this. Brotherhood, I did enjoy that a lot as well. We got some rum, spices, and clothes. Total damages. We're back. By the way, game did crash once. I'm saving the slot for...
The more holds, the higher the profit.
It's still at risk level 1. Sail north. Infante. I like your name. Riddle. So yeah, the 3 forts that I've taken. And then we are missing the Man of War boat. Watchful eye. Bye bye bot. You had your mission. Yes, I have mine. Main quest completed 28%. Templar Hunts. These are the last remaining keys. We have a naval contract. Welcome, Soraka. How you do today? Hataka was just outside for a couple of days. He could have done a real live stream. Oh, I'm really glad to hear your vacation finally starting. Have I collected this? No, I have. Split your spills. Are you going back to your hometown? Greetings, Privateur. News has reached me of highly elite merchandise being carried across our oceans. Find this cargo and I shall ensure it is disposed of in a safe and proper manner.
We can't have illicit merchandise being passed around freely. Leave this to me.
The Van de Graaff Company appreciates your efforts, Captain.
There's still undiscovered fish. Oh, we're just supposed to acquire.
Get them aloft, let's go!
Do you have cloth? You have 7 cloth.
Faster now!
All right, Jack, sing.
Hey! We'll heave him up and away we'll go. Waving to the air. We'll heave him up and away we'll go.
Settle back!
Yeah, I got some firepower.
Spaniards! Triangle! Come in! Starboard coming! Oi! You step on their ship and they'll part like the sea! Take the fight to them! Drag them to that doom!
Still have 5 shots. Couple of men still. Starting bye. Yesterday I went to... Oh, we went below. No option to patch up. Well, since we didn't take any hits. But yeah, last night I went to 11 o'clock. Crazy amount. Okay.
Get the mainsails into the wind! Fire! 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 Damn it! Straight to the moon! She's right, sir. Should be more on the tanker. Pull them down the house!
This we will... Always on the convoy ship there's an extra chest. Hey! Where'd you go from? It's burning and still firing like a masterclass. I should definitely try to learn from him. Additional loot. Oh boys. With the smaller boats, we can repair ourselves.
Head out some sail! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Guess who hit the wall there? Wall called a mountain.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! Come on!
We're gonna repair. One boat was left untouched.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
There we can see another ship. We can get the 30. Off. Oh, dude swung his sword and he just gives up. Is that a load? No.
Let's get going.
15 out of 30.
All sail! Fill those sticks!
That's a pirate hunter! Schooner by the rigging!
Ease her off!
On your mark, sir! Get our dogs ready to burn! Break my enemies over!
Really a schooner. I said that was cute.
Toast the gallants and royals! Fire! Race! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Fire! Fire! Brace yourself! Fire! All in the stunsails! Calm her down! Fire!
We are goddamn taking a lot of hits. Good, we are still alive. But that was a bit too close. Let's repair with the big ship first. Bigger ship.
Pull! Reel the lubbers in!
Hasn't been this close in a while. Yeah, we need to get closer before I can shoot.
Powered by battle axe and weapon of war!
That's not how you treat your new captain.
Oh, I can't get to him!
Who else? Roll body shot. Sweet. Okay, not wipe. There's definitely one archer.
It's pretty to watch.
That's one way to finish. But the captain has to be able to take a punch or two. That is true. Oh. There's extra loot. I believe this. Now, we will repair our boat on the next one.
No use wallowing about here.
Can't see more ships. That
Confounds us, Captain!
Spanish ship fighting. Luckily, they would have an easy time. We did heal.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
It's magic works. Shouldn't be very left. Reloading. Yeah, the repair. We're gonna get full health. That is fine.
Catch me some wind.
Lay off the loose mains!
Let's get this boat.
Use all the wind you can.
Just one ram.
Up yards, douse topmast sails.
Are we strong or what?
Let us strike these
Useful upgrades.
Bring them in for a steely kiss.
All about Yeah, I'm still looking for a man at war.
Put on some sail.
No idea where it is. Where's this?
All sail! Fast as you dare! Give voice, you tars!
Hey! We'll heave him up and away we'll go. Wavy Susiana. We'll heave him up and away we'll go. All out over the mountain. We'll heave him up from down below.
King Philip's bastards!
Ease her off!
Take our help, Captain!
That is our boat. Shall we help? Just one more through.
Speed, lads! Ease up!
And go below to your own dick.
Ship's moored, Captain!
That's enough for now.
I'm not sure if those are last upgrades. What are needing the master plans? Can you just buy them? Or do we need to focus
job,
within the
Captain.
story?
The Vandergraaf Company owes much to your considerable talents.
I choose. What's been the reviews of for the month? Like this, not that. Minus 20 at the moment. Mixed. Some people don't like, and some people like. Hi Lexaron, how you doing today? I believe you need story for last upgrade since they require convoy ship battles. Okay, yeah, makes sense. We would need 2 more though. I would like to try this out. Are they forcing you to buy the deluxe? You get character items, soundtrack, and Temple of Yin exclusive mission. I don't like that the deluxe editions are. Hiding some quests. Appreciate it, Lexeron. But yeah, guys, when is the last time you watched Pirate of the Caribbean? That's like a new trailer that I have not seen. Gameplay overview, yeah. This one is good. will like tell you more about how you actually will be playing. Horrible PC optimization. So it's like wait a month. Yeah, like survival horror explore co-op. And every player is supposed to see something different. Like for me, this sounds really interesting. We were discussing with Turtle that we will be playing this, but we need 2 more. Yeah, not like Valheim Survival. No. After some time or collecting something. Yeah, me with the bow. I should do another playthrough of Valheim. It was a lot of fun. I need to build my castle. I've only played the first 4 missions so far, so I may update this review as I progress. Bronze, great atmosphere, thanks to impressive graphics and excellent sound design. World gets more interesting the deeper you explore, with creepy environments and some genuinely cool illusions mechanisms. Gameplay has enough unique mechanism to give it its own identity. Crossplay does work. PC and Xbox, at least. Performance is rough. The game appears to run on Unreal Engine 5 and it's very demanding. 4080 Super at max settings, you average about 45 to 58 FPS. Crossplay setup is inconvenient. Since there's no match ID or player ID system, we had to search public matchmaking with no filters just to find each other. It took much longer than it should have and nearly made my friends give up for the night. Players on the same platform likely won't have this issue. Melee combat feels sluggish. I often miss swings that look like they should connect. Ranged weapons have felt much better so far. Some players complain that you die too easily, and while that's true, I think the game is designed around teamwork. One player drawing enemy attention while other attacks from behind for an execution makes it combat much more manageable. Yeah, like teamwork. There are also some very large enemies that are clearly meant to be avoided rather than fought head on. They can be killed with good teamwork, but running away is often the smarter option. Weapon durability is also a common complaint. Weapons break fairly quick, but there are replacements throughout each mission, so I think the developers intend players to adapt instead of sticking with one weapon. That said, if loot is randomized, bad luck can leave you in a rough spot. The biggest reason I'm giving this a positive review is the price. I bought the deluxe edition, which includes 2 extra playable characters, weapon skins, and the soundtrack, and an exclusive mission. The extra characters seem to be cosmetic only, appearances and voices, so whether it's worth it depends on you. A nice bonus is that you can share your starting weapon skins with teammates before a mission, even if they don't own the DLC. Overall, despite its performance issues and some rough edges, I've been enjoying my time with the game. If you're interested, now is probably the best time to try it while it's on sale. Make sure to watch gameplay from videos or streams if you wish to judge before buying. I'm liking the idea a lot. So Theodore is interested. Anybody else? And why would you be a pastor? You are a pacifist. Hold my cross or eat it. You don't want to try to shove it into their mouth. But it's finally out, yeah. I think at least half a year. I'll be mentioning it at times. If you have high enough NPC and game just don't work, it's a good reason to buy. Yeah, like it's not best optimized then. I have better, like I probably can't play it on high. Like same with the Assassin's Creed. I'm playing this on low, just so that I'm able to stream. This is a bit similar. Of course, they have Intel. The game's atmosphere is awesome, but what I don't like is that it crashed a couple of times. You had to run it on medium with FrameGen just to be able to record stream at the same time. I'm sorry, if I wasn't doing that, I would be fine running game higher and just playing it. Yeah, like that's the thing when you are streaming games. You just have to lower the specs, especially like when I be multi-streaming. Some games don't care about like they can be run on high, like the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and 1. You hide them, run them on the highest. They are like really good optimized. But for Ubisoft, not happening. Not yet, hopefully. But I could. Turtle, do you have 2 other players that we could schedule? Like, what's your schedule here? You know, my stream schedule, I usually try to be streaming from 5 p.m. What other treasures we have here? There was one secret that I hadn't found, right? Something undiscovered. Can we go deeper into the island? Oh, it's a tavern. We need to have a drink.
What might you be requiring?
Only thing what we can get is more crew price. Sure. Fully upgraded. 40 man capacity. Ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan. Ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan. Row about. Fully upgraded. I think the harpoon needed also. Ultimate plan. Yep. Now I'm like kind of soft locked. The Altairs. Or Ezio's. Then we got a few new wheels. I like the skull. We did have new figures. Oh, I think this was a Twitch drop. Bold as an eagle.
Well concluded.
No, the tavern. That's where I'll collect at least a couple of touch. Yeah, I don't know why it still stays there. What up, chump? Did you watch the game?
Me at this age, with this little show.
¿Le ocurre algo, señor?
Oh, he wants to be a sailor. Funny thing happened in every sea. Leon got too old by Brazil's second seed and are out now.
Heard a thing you might like to know.
They peaked at MSI for the whole year. No, hopefully in the worlds they do some magic. Got a naval convoy for 500.
Oh, this rubbish proper foul.
But they are losing to Brazil. Like they be dominating the. Yeah, that just should not happen.
I was going to marry her.
Dominating their own region. Last time I played this game, I lost. Let's see.
Let's play.
$300. We will try to be. Let's put one here. Which one would to take away? Is it just playing X and zeros on board? Yeah, like you need to get 3 in row.
You would. You would.
Away. He took this. Okay, I might have lost this already.
Damn it.
Now it shows like what kind of can move. He can move this back here, and then he can take one of my pieces like he did there. And this is 1 star, I might just be losing. One who starts first has a higher chance of winning.
I smell a wind.
He took the pitch. Or he can't make that move back. Unfortunately, I cannot touch those. We can take this up.
That's the last one you take.
Now he's gonna take one of those. So he can just move this back here. Mm-hmm.
You can have that one.
A few more years at sea, Ma. Just a few more.
Which one won't?
Damn it.
Imagine me at this age with this little show for me. Oh, this rubbish proper foul.
Nice play.
I can take this.
You would.
Now he can't score.
My advantage.
A few more years at sea, Ma. Just a few more.
Strong.
My 300.
Fortune favors me today.
That was not the secret. Maybe there's another secret later on this island. But yes, what we did get. A new convoy. Let's start the travels from Nassau.
Blades
We
are
have a convoy
sharp.
to catch.
The boys are hungry.
Let's not get stuck on. See how these white sails work.
Give me more sail. Stunsails. Use all the wind you can.
It's the storm. I would really like that our crew. Okay, these sails actually look quite good. A lot of customization. But yeah, and for the crew to be able to sing through the storms. Why be so afraid?
Grant us your mercy, Father.
Can't yet see them. And use the big sails as a full beauty of the new sails. We're getting close. There's even some kind of rock between us. Small little island.
Their ancients are fire! Sir, to fall! You heard the captain! Move!
Fire!
Oh, I already sank one ship. Was it friendly fire?
Ease off the wind! As much sail as you can!
Ram them!
Ramming speed!
Trim the yards off the wind!
He's loaded!
Fire! Fire! All sails! He'll take it! Fire! Fire!
I need the bar.
Cruise up! Eat her sticks!
Grapples ready, Captain. Just say the word.
Drag them to their doom!
Oi! Step on their ship and they'll part like the sea!
Nope. Let's get closer and shoot.
No mercy!
Covering fire. Done. Rope into a shotgun. I like that combo a lot. Now give me the lockbox. We will heal on the other boats.
Up the shroud,
Stuff
lads! We sail! For then, it was a time to die.
I'm moving.
Get them aloft, let's go! Faster now!
Look how beautiful! The sails of Altair.
Calm her down!
Back!
Carry the word and let the grapples cast to border! Prepare to board, Milskas! Bring them in for a steely kiss!
How many left?
That was pretty.
Pull the boy out of it, and it's sleep. It's some metal, wood, and wine spices. No. Shall we try to do some quest actually? Oh, it's a lot. And my headphones are saying FF. Anomalies. Corrupted convoy. $22. Not taken a thought.
The weather gate, sir! It's turning against us!
Put on some sail!
Let fall! Sheet ho!
More sail! We need to bunch!
Wheels down! Man your sheets!
Long way.
Fast as you dare!
Clear the rigging! Pull aboard!
Let's have a song then.
I don't know where I can find the man of war.
Set her back!
Let's lower our wanted level.
Our cause deserve no mercy!
It's no fact PC have optimization problems for the last 5 years. You didn't mean it to wait. Yeah, like maybe like games being more console exclusive will actually help that. What seems to be happening. Maybe that will help. there's a lot of games that you need some more optimization so that they can be played on all type of PCs. Not just having
No use wallowing about here.
one type
Loosen,
of
trim tight, ride the wind.
For all she's worth.
Reef the topsails and gallants.
I see the loot, I have to have it.
Do not let go.
Oh no, left. Harpoon and what's the other one?
More sail. We need to bunch. Ease her off.
There we have our pirates coming. But they're hunters.
Speed, lads.
We fight.
Fast as you can. Ease off the wind! Fire! Faster now! Ease up! Fire! Fasten yourself!
They have so many cannons.
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire!
Let's board this ship so we can repair. No! I swear I hold the button! I'm a shark bait now. Oh, shark food. Is my wanted level at 0?
Above, Captain.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! The Lord smite thee!
Yeah, it starts from 0, okay.
Ease the mains off the wind!
Party now, mid-drums.
Our forces are there. Put on some sail.
It's fine.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
The game always saves after you have village or boat.
Set her back!
To be honest, I didn't even see this on the way.
Get them aloft, let's go!
Let's ride this floor, lads.
Let's take it.
Prepare to port, Mills!
Side
Heave
activity.
ho! Heave! Heave!
You ain't gonna shoot him. I got shot from the other side.
Almost too easy.
Let's skip there. Like, we didn't get hurt at all in this fight. Was not too great. Okay, half hour.
The shrouds, lads. We sail.
As soon as my headphones are saying epic, I will.
Loosen, trim tight. Ride the wind.
Hopefully we can get to the fort. Like last night, same thing was happening. I was just sailing, looting, and trying to make my way towards the fort. And then suddenly the time was already 11. It's a lot of fun. I kinda like these sails. Is there a season that you want to?
Let's have a different one.
First old ship.
Down west old ship that ever did sail, sailed on a voyage on a windy day. And a wakeful day, wakeful day, wakeful day, get on day. She was built in brown and toy, out together with bits of toy. And a wakeful day, wakeful day, wakeful day, let me get on day. Nothing in the galley, nothing in the hole.
Spanish ensign! And it's not just the one ship, Captain!
They are fighting against each other. Don't mind me, I'm just passing through. What are you? Naval convoy. I said don't have too much. Sailor. Are they getting out close? I feel like it's on the other side. Yeah, totally other side. I miss loot.
Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up, she
Jesus.
She rises early in the morning. Hey boys! Oh, just hear the old man say.
Clue up foremast rig! All sail!
Sorry,
Fill
wind
those
did it.
sticks!
We're bound to Liverpool town.
Give me another one, lads.
Where all of them duties they will come down.
Be quiet. Yeah, probably like the rest of the big things that we can start to happen are in the more dangerous areas. Like this whole place that I've been mostly playing has been the early game part. Like this early game. Safe zone. Now we are entering more dangerous waters. And yes, Mario, you know me well. Loot comes first. Ship is doing some zigzagging because we want it.
Get some boys, oh well we fly round. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye.
This really is not a fault.
We'll leave up the anchor to this bully sound.
You do, like, last summer I did start the Skyrim. Straight from the legendary difficulty and stealth archer. Then I got the idea to play the Assassin's Creed's Mirage and Shadow. No, I didn't finish. We are not even like... No, that playthrough is still... I think I did only 4 or 5 streams. There's so many hours left.
Let's have a different one.
Farewell and off to you, Spanish lady. Farewell and adieu.
This is a preload ship.
Reef the gallant!
I should still have that on
Enough, thanks.
PlayStation. Come on. Can we get any closer? Thank you. No, it's a time event. Take a seat on a burning ship, last to leave. Achievement. If you stay there, you will actually die.
I know, son. Please.
Because I did it
watch
once.
over. Give me more sail. Sing a new song.
What are you? Frigate. I need man of war.
Loose all sail. Speed, lads.
Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in the lee. Go high, go low, and go sail. I see the wreck, the windward, and the lofty ships of the sea. A sailing down along the coast, a high harbor me.
That looks nice, but it is an island.
Oh no, I'm not a pirate, but a man of war, cried he.
We could crush this murder. Maybe we can.
Set her back.
No, we have fallen.
Faster now.
Roots, first time here.
Sailing down along the coast so high, Barbary.
Good. We still were able to get the loot.
Until at last the
Now the winds are throwing us left.
sailing down along the coast so high, Barbary. With cutlass and gun, oh, we fought for hours 3. Go high, go low, and so sailed we. The ship, it was their coffin.
Hi Adro, how you doing?
Sailing down along the coast so high, Barbary.
When is the last time you been?
Ease her off.
That's the fort I want.
Fort's under attack! We should press our advantage!
Fire! Daffodils down! Fire! Ease off the wind!
Pirate of the Caribbean.
Fire!
We need to turn around. Guess no crash landed this plot.
Taking a
Who's made sails? Toss the gallants and royals!
Oh, we are still in combat.
Down, all sail!
Scatter. School. Okay, we need to go on park these boats. Just heal up.
Can we board her now?
You've been good. A little busy. I'm playing this new mobile game, 3 versus.
Pull them down to hell, lads!
It was Astro something, right? I think I saw you playing it. Not Adrobot. All about you. I definitely need to repair the boat.
Unreef the mains.
Next one where we can repair is not
Wages
far.
I've seen have been paid.
And we can take on the fort.
Get the tops of royals down.
She's right, sir. Should we board and take her?
Drag them to their doom.
Let us strike these devils down!
Spread them down!
That hits him. Something else that I don't. You. Come here. We can be Helgen. Then some melee fighting.
Names out, trim to the wind. Loosen, trim tight, ride the wind.
Stå med dig.
Reef them tight.
Who's ready? Info. We are my party man. Front door is blown up. Shell. That's quite nice, right? Okay. Where is he? On the other side. Two big weapon. No more head. There we can take this.
Easy.
Works like a charm. Next floor. Stupid.
All together now!
You just shot your comrade. Yes, this one had one died. This one is dying. This is a good time to stop. Old machine. Getting to this fortress. Novi Towers. That is a smuggler's den. What do we have here? Some city. Celebrate 7K. Let's create the new save just in case. 22 hours, almost 23 already played. In ice hockey, almost. We did win the World Championship this year again. Power play! High sticking. No goal. No goal. Overtime goal. Every year are these World Ice Hockey Championships every year. Olympics every 4 years. We were third this year. Shasa Barkov, one of the best players. But from there, we actually got this goal song. I think I need to play it through Spotify. Richie from Stupid Gang. This was Switzerland's goal song. But we didn't hear it in the finals. So we have to party and listen to it after the game. The tournament was held in Switzerland as well. Last 4 times they were been in the finals. And always the second. And last 2 times they haven't scored. They are really unlucky with the game, with the tournament. Beating a couple of years now. I don't know who's Ghost, but let's see. Isn't it like a catchy little song? But thank you, chat, for today. A lot of progress. Now we are missing most of the... No, actually everything is maxed on the boat. We are missing just ultimate blows. Need to progress within the story to get them. But thank you for today. Tomorrow, Thursday. So, by chance, I will continue with Kingdom Come Deliverance. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Or maybe I'll play this to play the Assassin's Creed still tomorrow. I don't know. I need to think about it. But thanks for today. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. I appreciate you being